Can I get a sound check now? Perfect, perfect. Sorry guys, I thought I was actually talking here. I've been going through a bunch of different things here. So to put things to the express here, markets are gapping up. You have weakness across the yield and dollar market. Despite the dollar still technically holding green, yields have moved lower here in the near term. And why have yields moved lower? Well, simply speaking, let's go through a little bit of a macro update here. Basically, the US 10-year drops sharply for a fourth straight day. Eurozone economy grows at its fastest rate. PMI survey. China services sector grows. U.S. factory orders rose. U.S. job openings fell. So that's the main headline right now, is that the U.S. job market took a little bit of a hit today on the private payrolls growth side. It came in well lower than the expectations, coming in at 152,000. So we are seeing yield soft. So right now I think the market is liking the fact that we're getting a little bit more aggressive expectations on the interest rate front. We are seeing central banks and the curve right now looking to actually start to price in central bank cuts. So today we're actually set to receive the BOC, Bank of Canada, is expected to cut rates, bringing it from 5% to 4.75. So typically the Bank of Canada and the Fed have been moving in lockstep, kind of tandem. So if we see that cut by the Bank of Canada, maybe we're also going to see a cut by the Fed. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. That Bank of Canada interest rate decision is roughly in about 42 minutes. So roughly at around 9:45 we will get that decision. You also have a bunch of data layered in after that. You have ISM, non-manufacturing PMIs coming in at 10 a.m. You also have crude oil inventories at 10:30. So between the BOC rate decision, ISM data, crude oil inventories, and then the BOC press conference at 10:30, really the first hour of trading could be a lot of volatility. You could have spikes up and down. We'll see if rate cut expectations end up being a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. That's what I'm waiting for. Naturally, when you have lower interest rates, you're probably going to be having to expect the market to actually press higher in the near term. I'm watching small caps closely because what we really have been seeing, or what we haven't been seeing, is sectors that actually need lower interest rates really haven't been moving recently. So small caps certainly need to start picking up steam here in the face of things, because if we don't see small caps react positively off of falling interest rates, that's not really a good sign. Now, there's a couple other headlines here. Stocks making the biggest moves. You have Hewlett Packard, Instacart, CrowdStrike all pressing higher in the near term. Google's tapping Eli Lilly CFO. A little bit of transition there. Eli Lilly in the pre-market is slightly negative, so really not liking, some investors aren't liking that initially. So other than that, there's not too many headlines going out right now other than this private payrolls growth slowing. So a little bit of an indication that we could be seeing a bit of a deterioration in the labor market, perhaps the economy as a whole. We'll have to keep an eye on that very closely. So again, what I'm expecting here is, I think if we see the Russell maintain price action when the market opens above 203.18, we can look for high short interest names to press long. Obviously, we're seeing nat gas, oil, seeing a nice little move higher. So names like XOM or XOM calls, common shares that we picked up yesterday, are going to be doing really nicely. We are seeing the majority of mega caps green in the pre-market. Obviously, NVIDIA is being your strongest right now. I'm interested in shorting NVIDIA, just like we did yesterday. I'm interested in shorting this market. I do think that there's going to be a play on the SOXS, but I think it's a touch lower than where it is right now, and I do think that there's a short on NVIDIA. That's kind of what I'm focusing on. Again, names that I want to press long today aren't going to be my S&P 500 or NASDAQ-based stocks. I'm looking for small caps to see some sort of outperformance today. We're actually lagging tremendously. Interest rates are very soft again. Dollar's just slightly flat. And if names like Upstart, Carvana, SunPower, Maxon Solar, if we see the Russell maintain its price structure above pre-market high in the regular session, I do think we can go long some of those more speculative names as people are trying to chase alpha on the back of these rate cut decisions. So I know Gabby was asking about nat gas. I kind of went through it, Gabby, but since my mic was muted, I will discuss it right now. So natural gas is just trying to break out of a little bit of a basing formation intraday today. It is up on the session nicely today, seeing a little bit of a gain after yesterday's horrific sell-off. So nat gas right now could be in the near term just trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. The area that I'm looking for on nat gas on the 4-hour chart, you need to get above this red bar high. So the high is sitting around 274. We need a 4-hour close above 274 for this inverse head and shoulders to be very, very likely to play out. And then you need a retest of the neckline and a close above that to trigger the pattern. So I don't really see a triangle on nat gas at the moment. But again, I did have it priced in that nat gas was to have one more little dip lower, albeit it's a nice little bounce today. If you're in anything, just start protecting that trade because it could reverse at any point. Again, the IWM right now has been weak on the back of interest rates falling. It is gapping up slightly today, so we'll see if it can recapture its pre-market high. And really this previous little level here, 203.16, is a nice little resistance that we've also hit before. So we'll continue to watch that. So again, I'm looking at fading NVIDIA. Even above this 1181 zone is quite nice. Obviously, it's pre-market high. NVIDIA tapped 1184.88. So again, the markets will be gapping up initially. Names like Affirm are moving nicely in the pre-market. Walmart's slightly green. CRM's up 1%. Adobe up 0.9%. The VIX is down 2%. Alcoa slightly negative. Snowflake up about 0.5%. AMD up 1.3%. Shopify up 1%. Shopify has been a nice mover for us. Really nice. Intel up 1.13%. Robinhood up 1.15%. Meta's up 1.26%. Amazon up 0.5% at the moment. Just quickly run through some of these mega cap charts here. So we're looking at names like NVIDIA. Pushing up here. So NVIDIA, really anything above this 1183 I think is a good fading opportunity. I really do. If we look at some of those marijuana stocks, I'm still interested in CGC, but it needs to go a touch lower, in my opinion. So again, there's a lot of dovish Fed bets right now that are occurring in the market, and we have to watch them closely. Let's look at CrowdStrike, since that one's a high, fast mover right now. That one's gapping up. Honestly, what's interesting about these names, CrowdStrike gapping up, this is inside two heavy reversal sessions. I mean, this is a name that could be fatal. If we get a move to about this trend line that I'm watching, if we see Crowd push up into this trend line, I mean, I even see a gap fill sitting here at around 348. That might be a bit of a fade opportunity. There's a lot of selling in this vicinity that could potentially propose a short opportunity. So I'd look for a fade on CrowdStrike above 349 into this gap, and then having this trend line as kind of a backup resistance. So I'll keep that area on watch for Crowd. Oil taking a bit of a breather here. YS asking, should I sell my Eli Lilly just for the CFO? I'm struggling. I mean, it depends on how much it is your portfolio. I think Eli Lilly's definitely extended here. very, very overbought Eli Lilly. One of the most overbought healthcare stocks. Now, this is kind of like the NVDA of healthcare, and pharmaceuticals in the XLV ETF. But Eli Lilly's coming up into this long-term resistance trend line, just like the whole market is, going all the way back to about 2021 pivot here. You can see it's been on a steep ascent. Yes, it had bullish consolidation here, but you've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of upside. You're finally putting in a couple bearish divergences on the weekly chart, so definitely extended here. I mean, maybe there's a bit more upside to 846, but anything in this region, if you haven't scaled some profits and moved stops up to protect your investment or trade, that's probably the best thing to do, is to at least protect some of those profits. So I do think Eli Lilly's definitely extended in this region. I would consider a big time short off of this 847 area. Definitely. So I mean, it's up to you whether or not you want to do. You're welcome. We do have Gary Gensler also coming up on CNBC, so he always can move markets in an interesting way. So we'll have to continue to watch how he impacts the market. It's now 20 minutes till the open. Adobe's pressing really, really hard right now. QQQ projection. Welcome to the stream, Logan. Well, if we look at things right now, the S&P's at the highs, QQ's at the highs. There's a few resistance points. Right now we are clearing. If I go to the hourly chart of the Q's, and let me just turn off these indicators here so it's easier for us to look at just the technicals. So right now the Q's have triggered a bit of a bullish formation in the near term. I'm just going to go to the regular chart hours. So QQQ, obviously everyone knows this trend line, pivot to pivot to pivot. We're above this key trend line right now. So I'm looking for an actual back test of this trend line today. Maybe it correlates with this 456.41 zone. So maybe we get a little bit of a dip off of the open and then a push higher. But ultimately, when we go through a waterfall sell-off like we did over here, obviously it turned out to be a V-shaped recovery, which is bullish in the short term. But whenever you're into a waterfall sell-off zone, a previous breakdown zone, this is our breakdown zone. Why? Because we consolidated for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 hours before we had a technical breakdown. So whenever we're into a previous technical breakdown, you always want to use caution. Now, if we get through this, even if we go a little bit higher, you have your gap fill and double top. So there's a lot of resistance in this region. The upside kind of for today is, I think, limited to about 459.70, and this double top, maybe a pierce of 460. So I do think that upside today is limited in the overall trading session, and it does propose a little bit more downside risk. So I think the upside max is in around this 460.50. And then in terms of your downside, if we actually look at what's going on here, right now what we want to maintain on the Qs is your prior day high. So your prior day high is sitting at 455.58. That's kind of your big area of support for the markets. If we get a sell-off and back test, we want to maintain prior day high on the bullish front. So I'm watching this 455.58 level very, very closely, because if you lose your prior day high, it always opens up a potential risk to sell down to your prior day low. So right now, bullish structure in the market. We are above prior day high. That should be favored in the near term. But again, in this vicinity, 459 to 460 is an epic short zone in my opinion. And I am looking at fading NVIDIA again at the open. You have Google approaching a nice little gap fill, sitting. Let me see Google's gap, because that could also be a short zone. Google gapping up to this 175 zone. I see the gap fill sitting around 175.90. That could definitely be a short zone. Alright, so let's see what else we have here. Again, I will be watching Google for a bit of a short trade as well. If we get into that 175.90 zone, I'll probably take a stab on the short side. You were thinking of 454 retest? Yeah, 454 retest. Let's see on the regular session. Yeah, so I mean, if we retested 454, that would take us briefly negative. Briefly negative. Let's just see if we have a trend line that intersects in that vicinity. So yeah, I can see a 454 retest kind of puts you somewhere just along this trend line, this upsloping trend line. So obviously that's a key area. 454 is kind of your last line in the sand for the bulls that you want to maintain. So we're well above 454 at the moment, but 454 could be in the cards. There's a nice upsloping trend line that's there for sure. That could easily happen. Again, so I'm looking at fading NVIDIA off the open. Extremely extended in this region, coming up into a nice little resistance trend line on the daily chart, which we're actually tagging right now. Guys, I'm actually going to open up a short position on NVIDIA here. 1181.67. 1181.67. So I've started a short. This is a 1/4 entry, just common shares. 1181.67. Again, we traded NVIDIA successfully yesterday on the short side. Made a nice little return off of the fall. Let's look at the Qs. Alright, so we're in a short trade already on NVIDIA. Tom's asking, any suggestions to short NVIDIA other than common shares? I'm looking, I am long, so I can't sell shares. Maybe NVD is a levered play, so you can do that. Some put options. You know, you can maybe look at selling some in the money puts on NVIDIA if you're looking for a little less risk. You know, in terms of, I do have a long level coming up on SOXS, Tom, as well. So I'm looking at the semiconductor bear ETF, SOXS, and it's been strong recently, but under obviously a lot of pressure today, tapping a pre-market low. But if we look at the regular trading chart of this name, and look how depressed it is. So just a simple fib retrace from your low pivot to your high pivot reversal. The 618 is an area that I'm looking at to go long the SOXS, at least starting a position. So around 2641. That's potentially another way to play this short on semis. You could also potentially look for, let me see what AVGO is doing if you're wanting to short some common shares. Let's see the resistance. You know, AVGO kind of moves in lockstep with NVIDIA. Actually, not as extended as NVIDIA is. That's actually had a nice pullback in the recent sessions. Let's look at AMD. And right now you do have Gary Gensler on the line. Nat gas seeing a bit of reversal. Same thing with oil. AMD. So again, NVIDIA is kind of in a world of its own in terms of the technical resistance. Definitely the most extended out of the semis. Obviously, it's the leader. So we're short. In terms of where I'd add to my NVIDIA short, my next entry is going to be pre-market high. So 1184.88. That's my next entry on the NVIDIA short side, okay? So again, the Qs are gapping up initially. If the Qs push into this gap fill off of the open, I'd short it. I mean, there's a chance that we can see a nice reversal off of the open. Retest this 456.40 area. And then maybe a bounce back up to double top. If you get through double top, you're probably going to press for 459. If we get rejected off double top, then I think we push back down to 450. But definitely markets are kind of on borrowed time here in my opinion still. I think they're keeping NVIDIA elevated into the split that is set to occur. You know, the big question today that we're going to see, we've seen some deterioration in interest rates. We have the Bank of Canada set to cut interest rates today in a few minutes, roughly at 9:45. But we've seen a deterioration in the labor market data recently as well as today's data, which has really softened up interest rates, softened up the dollar. So are we going to see those asset classes, small caps, real estate, you know, are we going to see those high short interest names start to move here on the back of a big fundamental cut in rates? Or is this going to be a buy the rumor? It's pretty important. Historically, I think we're all familiar that whenever the central banks start cutting rates, it means something nasty is coming. Typically, price action follows massive sell-side pressure in the equity markets when central banks start cutting rates. Obviously, we haven't had the Fed cut rates yet, but whenever you start having the BOC cutting, it generally doesn't take long after for the Fed to follow suit. So again, at that what is it, 9:45 time frame, roughly in 21 minutes, we get the BOC. So look out. We could have either a big pump off of that BOC cut or a big dump. Right now, the Dixie's falling sharply into that meeting. You have the 10-year down, 2-year 20, 30-year all down, gold and silver catching a nice bid. Oil's up right now about 0.93%. So just scrolling through another name here. Tesla's pulled off its pre-market high. You have Apple super extended right now. Apple's setting up for a bit of a short trade itself. You know, Apple's had an extraordinary one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks straight of upside in Apple. Big push up on NVIDIA here, guys. Really big push up on NVIDIA. I'm going to get ready to add my second entry on the short side. I don't know if there's news or if the market is just ripping here. Tesla's coming in. Meta's coming in. So it seems that they're selling other mega caps here to pump NVIDIA here. So Meta did see some sell side, so did Tesla. Apple still steady at the highs. That was a big NVIDIA pump. Alright guys, I'm adding to my short trade in a little bit here. If we get to 1184.88 in this vicinity, I will add to my short trade. But look at this extension move on Apple. I mean, the weekly chart is quite impressive. So Apple's definitely coming into some sizable resistance here. I do think a short trade is looming, but perhaps just a touch higher. Alright guys, I'm getting ready to add to NVIDIA. Honestly, even in this vicinity is very, very appealing. Alright, I just added to my NVIDIA 1184.46. 1184.46. That's my second entry. 1184.46. My average is now sitting at 1183.53. So it's second entry. In terms of my third and fourth entry, third entry will be 1186 and change. And then my fourth entry will be about a few dollars higher from that. About $3 higher, so 1189. Actually, we'll do 1188. Tighten that up a bit since the stock is pushing. So again, even if we see Apple push into these kind of this double top resistance pivot, that's also a bit of a short trade. Just like that, NVIDIA is seeing a nice little pullback, guys. So we're basically back to flat line here with that previous little add. But again, the QQQ really with the spike in NVIDIA didn't even push higher there because you did see some sell side come into Meta and Tesla. Tesla's actually dumping here, guys. So Tesla seeing some pretty harsh sell side pressure in the pre-market. Again, Tesla's on watch for a bit of a short trade itself. Reason being, it's on the near-term precipice of breaking out of this bearish wedge formation. You can see yesterday it had a close outside, still inside that wick, so it's very, very close to seeing a pretty big down move. But Tesla under some pressure here in the pre-market, seeing a heavy sell side program. Alright guys, markets are set to open here. NVIDIA's pumped up. Let's flip back on the Qs. Let's go to the regular trading session. All right, get ready for the open here, guys. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Good morning, good morning. We are set to open. So NVIDIA pumped in the pre-market, making a little bit of a double top pre-market high test. Tesla dumped, Apple strong. All right, markets are open, guys. Look at NVIDIA right off the hop, seeing some sellers. That's beautiful. That is beautiful, guys. Look at this. We are seeing NVIDIA sellers out the gate. Apple pumping, Tesla dumping. QQQ getting slightly faded here. The Russell's looking to maintain positive structure. So we're in the money by a few dollars already here, guys. A few dollars already on NVIDIA, just like we did yesterday. Nice sell. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my NVIDIA position there at 1178. Beautiful little trade initially on a moving stops to break even. That's the first win on the session. Everyone should have been able to catch that one. Everyone should have been able to catch that one, guys. Look at that beautiful $4.75 dump off of the open. It's exactly what we're looking for. Again, stop is at break even now. Stop is at break even. Next profit target on NVIDIA, guys, is coming right into this little pivot zone here. 1175 I'm looking for, okay? 1175. We're seeing Adobe make a stunning push to the high side. Adobe's making a stunning push. Beautiful little move on Adobe. Members, I just exited Shopify. All right, NVIDIA, I just sold another half there at target. Beautiful. Look at that. Target 2 hit on NVIDIA. I have just a couple little runners, but that is primarily the majority of the position has been sold, guys. The majority of the position has been sold. So not the impressive price action. All right, guys, I'm shorting Apple here, 196.15. Fading Apple, 196.15. This is a starter position. Starter position on Apple, 196.15. 196.15 on Apple. We are pushing through that zone right now, but I'm on an Apple short at 196.15. Next ad level is going to be about 40 cents higher from that. So about 196.51 I'll add to my next entry. We are squeezing even higher right now. Look at Apple's squeeze. Look at Apple's squeeze. It's now up over 1% on the session and pushing. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of a bounce higher. Max and Solar, that's pushing. Any high short interest names moving. So again, everyone should have caught that little trade off of the open, guys. So we're now in an Apple short, looking to fade that name. QQQ is coming under a little bit of pressure in the near term. Just a touch of pressure. Again, we're still seeing the SMH resilient. Adobe's had a huge green stick to the upside. That one's up now 1.37%. Beautiful to see on Adobe. Adobe's still continuing. Look at the decline on Apple, guys. We're now in the green on Apple. So again, another trade that everyone should have been able to catch. Apple's been faded here. QQQ seems to be coming down here, getting rejected again off pre-market high. So we are seeing the Qs under a little bit of near-term pressure. We are now back in Apple. I'm still watching Google for fading opportunity. NVIDIA is still coming down. Tesla's weak. Tesla's triggering bearish formation here. Tesla's looking quite bearish on the front. Apple's still coming in, guys. Look at this move down on Apple. We are in the money now nicely on this trade. Let's see if we can get a retest of its prior day high. That's my profit target, guys. Prior day high retest. Even in this vicinity is a really good zone to look to trim. But I'm going to look for prior day high, okay? Prior day high retest is where I look to cover. I do see the Russell's trying to firm up here in the near term. The dollar's also trying to put in a short-term low. Remember, we have the Bank of Canada interest rate decision set to occur in about 10 minutes or so. All right, guys, I just covered my full Apple position there at 195.50, 195.50. I am all out of Apple, 195.50. Boom, beautiful little trade there as well. So we're taking trades on NVIDIA and Apple. Nice little pre-market high, prior day high test is coming into place. So please hit that subscribe, like button. We've already closed 2 winners today on the session, and everyone kind of had the opportunity to participate in that. We said Apple's a fade. and NVIDIA's a fade. Both have worked out tremendously well. So now what's interesting is I see the SOXS is coming up into my accumulation zone. So I'm looking at the semiconductor bear ETF, SOXS, and that's now coming up into a bit of a buy zone. Looking to enter 456 puts. Yep, that could be a nice area of opportunity. Again, I like this SOXS at this 2640 area. 2640 area. The Qs are coming down now, so you could even see the SOXS catch a bid here. What a reversal on Apple. Holy. Hitting 196.43, now reversing down to 195. That was a huge $1.40 reversal. Massive reversal from the lows there. I'm just trying to find some high short interest names that could be potential movers, but you are seeing the Russell 2000 getting faded here quite sharply in the near term. SMH still pushing up. So again, guys, I'm going to enter the SOX down here at 2640. I will enter the SOXS 2640, my opinion. This will be a starter position. So it was a nice little move already, guys. Everyone should have caught Apple, NVIDIA. We already took profits on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is right back to the highs, guys. NVIDIA is right back to the highs of the session yet again. Quite crazy. Quite crazy to see such strength in the SMH here. Breaking out, pressing higher. NVIDIA right back to the highs. All right, guys, I'm going to short NVIDIA. Same entry, 1183.53. NVDA, 1183.53. And it's already pulling back. Google's coming up into its gap fill short, guys. Keep Google on watch. Keep Google on watch. Google's coming up into its gap. 175.91 gets me interested. Here we go, guys. Google, 175.90. I'm short. I'm short Google, 175.90. Short Google, 175.90. This is a 1/4 entry. All right. Next add is going to be 40 cents higher, 176.30. I'll add, and then 40 cents from that, 176.70, and then 40 cents from that. Okay, so in 40-cent intervals, we're going to be accumulating a short here on Google. You can see Carvana's starting to squeeze. Google pushing up to our level. That's now starting to see some sellers. Apple still seeing. All right, I just went long the SOXS, guys. 26.39. Long the SOXS. 26.39. Google's starting to come in. Let's see this SOXS. We're long at 26.39, guys. Long the SOXS. We are going lower as the SMH is still showing such resiliency. Slight softening in Google. NVIDIA is still strong. Alright, guys, I just added to my NVIDIA short at 1185.80. 1185.80. So we have a Google short, an NVIDIA short, and an SOXS long right off this 26.39. So again, Google will add every 40 cents to the short side if need be. If need be. NVIDIA is still relentlessly strong. NVIDIA had a wick all the way down to 1174, $10 push right back up to the high side. Quite extraordinary. So my average now on NVIDIA is sitting at 1184.59 on the short side. There goes the SOXS, guys, and Google. So we're seeing the Dixie still softening here. You do have the Russell kind of in line with the S&P. No real clear outperformance yet. There's a bit of outperformance in the Qs. Oil's taking a little bit of a breather here, but still trying to press a little bit. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. SOXS still seeing some signs here of accumulation. NVDA trading at 1183. We're still just waiting on Google, waiting on this semiconductor bear. The QQQ is trading at 457.38, up about 0.66. Tesla's down 1.18%. Amazon just rolled over, went negative. Marijuana stocks are slightly negative on the session. The Russell did have a pretty big fading bar to the downside. Again, NVIDIA is seeing a bit of sellers off of this 1185 range. Your pre-market high was 1184.88. That seems to be pretty good resistance in the near term for NVIDIA, so watch that area closely. Google's trying to press higher here in the near term. Semis are still trying to move higher. QQQ still catching a bid. Next add to the SOXS is around 2613. 2613 I'll add to the SOXS. 2613. BOC decision is set to occur in about 4 minutes, guys. Google's ripping here, guys. Look at Google go. So next ad level is coming into Google here, guys. Next ad level is coming into Google. I repeat. Seeing semis go a little bit lower here in the near term. Amazon's trying to firm up. NVIDIA's seeing a bit of sellers. But semis are still trying to firm up here. We are in the green on our NVIDIA trade again. 1184.59. With a half position short again. Semis are trying to firm up here. Sorry, semiconductor bear ETF is trying to firm up. NVIDIA seeing more sellers, guys. There's the bear ETF catching a nice bid. We just need Google to start falling here. NVIDIA is seeing some pretty decent declines again. So we're still holding another short position, 1185.50 here. Sorry, 1185.49. NVIDIA is starting to come down, guys, even more. That SOXS is trying to firm up off of this level that we provided. It's just your 618 retest. Again, Google 176.30 will be my second entry, guys. 176.30 will be my second entry on Google. All right, NVIDIA seeing a harsh downward move, guys. Starting to trim my NVIDIA short. The day trade, I just took half of it off on that 1179 dip. Still riding the rest at 1184.59 with a break-even stop loss. So another little, still holding my SOXS. So another little trade there. Google coming up into our next ad level, guys. Google is coming up into our next little ad level. So get ready on Google. Qs are still trying to firm up here. Semiconductor bear ETF going lower. You are seeing Meta still strong. Bitcoin's rolling over a little bit. Hey, Michael, welcome. So we're holding an NVIDIA short 1184.59, an SOXS long at 26.39, and a starter position on Google short here at 170. Just added my second entry there, guys, on Google 176.31. I got filled at 176.31. So my average now on Google is sitting at 176.09. 176.09. The next entry on Google is at this 176.70 zone. I repeat, 176.70. Still seeing NVIDIA struggling above its pre-market high despite other mega caps seeing some strength. NVIDIA is still kind of positive on the session, but struggling at this pre-market high zone. So it is trying to work itself through this area. The QQQ also trading kind of still in the opening range. It hasn't given any sort of a move. The Dixie's making a spike here, guys. The BOC decision, I think, is out. It's creating some volatility in the dollar environment right now. So 4.75, the BOC cuts rates to 4.75%. And it is spiking the market in the short term. Google coming up to 176.70 add level. I will add to Google there. Just missed me. Just missed me. Markets are still trying to press higher here in the near term. Meta's skyrocketing. Google's still strong. NVIDIA's now pressing higher. QQQ trying to retest its pre-market high at 458.09. Hasn't been able to get through there yet. NVIDIA making a new high on the session. 1188 is my next add level on NVIDIA. 1188 will be my third entry on NVIDIA. 1188. And then 2613 on the SOX here. Alright guys, 1188.02 on NVIDIA. We're approaching that very, very strongly at the moment. Let's actually pull on the NVIDIA chart since this stock is just screaming higher in the near term. But 1188 is my next entry on NVIDIA. We're very close to that. Let it pierce that area. That'll be my third entry, and then a couple dollars higher from there, if need be, will be the final entry. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Google, I'm still watching Google on my other screen. Still watching the Qs, the S&P, the Russell has been faded the most out of the open while the Qs have pressed higher. NVIDIA's coming up there, guys. All right, I just got filled there on NVIDIA, 1188.1, 1188.1. My average now on NVIDIA short is 1185.90. Final entry is going to be 1190, above 1190 on NVIDIA. Still watching Google. That one's still just hovering at our level. Bitcoin's starting to roll over just a touch here, guys. So BTC is seeing some considerable sell side pressure at the moment, trying to lose 71,000. Guys, I'm going to add to my SOXS at 2613. 2613, I'll add to my SOXS. I repeat, 2613. Tesla's still struggling immensely here. QQQ is starting to see some more sellers. Google, we're looking to go flat on Google. NVIDIA is still a monster at the moment. We've already pulled some profits off of this name, but still super, super extended no matter which way you look at it. The QQQ still showing some resiliency here, trying to actually push up. All right, so next data set that we have coming out is at 10 a.m. in roughly 12 minutes. We have a whole bunch of ISM, non-manufacturing PMI, and then crude oil inventories at 10:30. So your ISM data is your next data set. NVIDIA fib extension to 1205. Yeah, certainly they could want to push it there. And I did add to my SOXS, guys, 2613. Second entry, 2613. My average is now sitting at 2626 Okay, 2613, second entry. Yeah, so I mean, NVIDIA could want to make a blow-off move to about 1200. I do have some capital. In the event that we get through this 1190, I'll kind of, again, I'll add a fifth entry at 1200. If we see some sort of a blow-off move, which I'm honestly not expecting, but if we saw a move to 1200, I'd add to my NVIDIA short, both on the swing and the day trade side. But as of now, we're just holding Google short, SOXS long, and NVIDIA short, okay? Google, we're now in the money. We're seeing Google decline a little bit here in the near term. Tesla's still selling off. Pretty big dip on the Qs there. Nice little spike on SOXS. I'm seeing oil holding at 73.60, up about 0.7% on the session. Nat gas holding up 2.12%. A little bit more deterioration occurring in NVIDIA there, as the QQQ is also coming down now, trading at 457.30. Believe it or not, the Russell is almost looking like it wants to go negative on the session, so that's kind of interesting to see. Quite interesting. The S&P is seeing some sellers. That's coming down pretty sharply at the moment. NVIDIA just keeps getting gobbled up on the long side ahead of this split. Apple's starting to see some momentum. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Daniel. So we've already taken nice 2 winners on the session today. We're just waiting for NVIDIA to see some sort of a decline, as well as the Qs and semis. Get ready to add to NVIDIA on my fourth entry on the short side. Again, this will be 404, but keep in mind I do have one crazy blow-off add that I'll double down on the position at 1200 if need be. All right, guys, I just added to my NVIDIA there, 1190.18. 1190.18. Brings my average up nicely. Sitting at 1187.91 short on NVIDIA. 1187.91. Google, we're flat. What a monster move in NVIDIA. Another day where it's up 2.31%. What's the market cap on NVIDIA right now? We got to be pushing some crazy numbers here. Semiconductors are still going, the bear ETF is going lower as NVIDIA is skyrocketing and pushing. It's lifting the Qs above pre-market high. So here we have the Qs are now trying to enter a bit of a short squeeze zone. Again, the 10-year yield's down 0.5%. The Dixie's slightly green on the session. Apple's catching another little bid, so is Google. Now you're seeing Meta rotate downwards. NVIDIA's still pushing. Seeing solar stocks catching a little bid. SunPower trying to move up. Max and Solar trying to move up. NVIDIA's still pressing here. Alright guys, I just entered a SPY put, 529 SPY put, got filled at 90 cents. 529 SPY put, filled at 90 cents. Can I ever remember when one stock controlled the market? There's been some brief glimpses, but you have to look back at your .com price action and kind of your '08 GFC crisis were a couple names, but never this concentrated in my opinion, like with how concentrated things are in semis, obviously NVIDIA too. But we haven't really seen a growth story like NVIDIA in really a long time. A long time. Alright, so the semiconductor bear ETF is still going lower. My next entry on SOXS is around 25.95. 25.95 if need be. Still watching Google. That's still just trading slightly above our level. NVDA is still hanging on to the majority of its gains, seeing a little bit of selling at the moment. Qs are testing pre-market high, so this is a big level for the QQQ as we test the pre-market high. So I'm going to flip to the extended hours here just so we can see that just like yesterday, our resistance yesterday where we got rejected about 3 or 4 times was our pre-market high. So I remember our pre-market high was this 453 level, and we kept on getting rejected until we finally broke out above it. So pre-market high right now is sitting at 458. That's the level to beat. We need price structure to start closing and maintaining price above that key zone. NVIDIA has a gap fill around 300. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. 300 is a far way off. Let's look at 1100 first, and maybe 1000. 300 is far, but yeah, it's I'm in S&P puts, so I'm with you there. An SOXS long, which we just went green on, a Google short, which we're slightly down on, an NVIDIA short. But let's just focus one at a time. NVIDIA 300 is not something we're going to see probably in the next at least 12 months unless there was some sort of a market crash. But NVIDIA, 2.93 trillion market cap. Thank you, Daniel. Apple's at 3 trillion. Wow, that's incredible again, guys. That is incredible. NVIDIA is trying to knock Apple's throne again off of the second spot, eh? I mean, at this rate, it's going to be doing it very, very closely. All right, we're seeing a bit of sell side coming into the Qs here. You can see pre-market high is seeing rejection yet again. Our semiconductor bear is starting to firm up a touch. NVIDIA is still a monster. NVIDIA is a monster at the moment, still looking to press higher. QQQ starting to come down. Those SPY puts are starting to work out in our favor, guys. Again, the reason I'm picking on the SPY is because the S&P is relatively a little bit weaker than the Qs. The Qs have that NVIDIA strength that is just sometimes a monster to deal with on a relative basis. But the 529 puts are starting to move up for us here on the SPY. We're up about 7 cents. So let's see how this S&P is still managing to hold this 529.80 area. Still a decent area of support. NVIDIA is trying to press higher. Bitcoin's starting to roll over. I know, same here, Michael. Same here. Oil's trying to make another little move higher here. Meta's starting to see some sellers. NVIDIA is still strong, trading at 1192.50. QQQ, big surge there. SPY, big dump. Puts, I just closed my puts, guys. Boom, $1.37. I'm all out. What a dump on the SPY, guys. I am all out. $1.37. Close the SPY puts. Whoa. That was insane. Holy. I don't know what happened there. Is that a glitch on the SPY? Holy moly, that was a huge dump. That's your 10 a.m. data. That's your PMI data actually coming out. Spiking the dollar, guys. I closed those SPY puts. Beautiful dump there. Still holding SOXS long and Google and NVIDIA short. But what a dump on the S&P there, guys. What a dump. And that's your PMI data coming in. Watch for continued weakness. So PMI on the ISM came in hotter at 53.8. The PMI prices came in at 58.1. So right now that is causing the dollar to spike a little bit in the near term. You've seen the 10-year and 2-year move up slightly. SPY's getting a really big push here. Now you're getting the news headlines across the major news platforms that the Bank of Canada cuts interest rates for the first time in 4 years, lowering it down to 4.75%. Let's see if it becomes buy the rumor, sell the news. Our Google short is now in the money, guys. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was a dump and a half on the SPY, and that's why I went into SPY puts. I mean, I didn't expect the dump to happen that fast. That was a little bit lucky, but again, markets are extended into technical resistance. We got to take our shots somewhere. All right, we're seeing the S&P continuing to see a little bit of minor selling at the moment. NVIDIA is still strong. Qs are still trying to press. The Dixie did firm up off of that data there. We're seeing the Qs still trying to push. Google's starting to come in a touch here, guys. Semiconductor bear ETF being sold into. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 529 put on the SPY again. 529 put on the SPY, filled at 84 cents. 84 cents. $0.84 on the SPY. 529 put again. Any sort of a dump lower, I will be closing. We are seeing it decline a little bit. NVIDIA, though, at new highs. Google's starting to come in as well, guys. So let's manage this Google trade because it's starting to now work in our favor. As Google starts to come in, we will adjust stops. Again, my average is at 176.08. We're back in a SPY put again. Google's seeing some harsh selling there, guys. Beautiful to see. Meta's coming down. This is crazy, crazy price action right now. Still looking at this SOXS, but NVIDIA's too strong right now to... In terms of where I'm looking to cover Google, guys, around 175.40. Around 175.40, I'll look to take profits on Google. 175.40, it's about 19 cents away. Okay? Still holding a SPY put. We're up about 12 cents, again on the 529s. We caught that beautiful spike low, picked SPY puts back up. We're moved to retested around that 530, and now we are starting to come down again. Still holding this SOXS long. NVIDIA is still a beast. Google coming into price target, 20 cents away. Tesla's still struggling a little bit here. It's already 10 o'clock, and we've covered a few winning trades already on the session. NVIDIA. Google's coming down, guys. Get ready to take profits on Google. Come on, Google. Give it to us. The Dixie's still spiking. NVIDIA is just such a strong stock. Guys, I did cover some of my S&P at that prior day high. That was the first target I gave you. Sold at $1.17. Next target is pre-market low. If we flush to pre-market low, I will sell another half. So we did take some profits there. Still riding this SOXS long at 26.26. It's a half position. Still riding an NVIDIA short at 1187.91 average, with the final entry at sitting at 1200. So we're about $6 away. Our Google short, we're still in the money by about a few pennies on the Google short. So let's see if we can get more profits on these SPY puts, as well as let's see this SOXS. SOXS should eventually see some sort of a move higher, guys. We look at what this Dixie is doing. Take a look at what the dollar's doing after we've announced Bank of Canada rate cuts, as well as the ISM data is spiking things here across the board. So quite interesting price action. Very interesting. Apple's been faded. Microsoft coming in. Bitcoin selling off from 71,000. Amazon's curling down. Really the only thing that's holding up is NVIDIA and a couple other semiconductors. So we're still seeing that unwavering strength in the NVIDIA market and the semiconductor market at this point. But I do think that eventually we will see a pretty big sell side pressure in NVIDIA. We're just waiting. Contracts are back up to $1.17. Look at that. If you missed the target there, it just tapped prior day high. We are starting to move again in favor of these puts. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Again, pre-market low at 528.74 is the next the next sell side target, guys. Google's green for us. Come on, NVIDIA. Start falling and give us a bump on the semiconductors. Come on. Come on. Take us to the promised land. But already, guys, whether it was the NVIDIA trade off the open, Google, we've already pulled a bunch of profits today, which is always a good position to be in. All right, so NVIDIA is still unwaveringly strong. Dixie's still spiking. You have had the 10-year yield go green, the 30-year yield go green, and the 20-year yield go green. Markets were gapping up today on the back of weak yields initially and a weaker dollar. Now you've had the dollar spike, the VIX spike, and yields turn green. Odds are this market is going to get faded throughout the entire day. So those are the odds that are shaping up right now, is fading price action across the board. They're just keeping a handful of stocks strong right now, like NVIDIA, to really help propel this market. Really help propel this market higher and keep it a little bit buoyant in the short term. All right, our contracts are sitting at $1.18 on the SPY puts. Again, please adjust stop loss to either in the money or break even, whichever one suits your risk tolerance. Semiconductor bear ETF still seeing some sell side pressure. Come on. Oil's starting to take a little bit of a breather here. It is starting to see some sell side pressure. Bitcoin rolling over a little bit harder now as the Dixie's continuing. Can you guys hear my sound okay? I hope you can. So we're seeing the S&P starting to firm up a little bit. Google's trying to press higher in the near term. Again, keep break-even stops or in-the-money stops on your SPY put options. That's what I'm doing. Not letting the trade go against me. Again, guys, I'm seeing harsh sell-side pressure coming back into Bitcoin. NVIDIA is still a bit of a monster right now. It is still trying to trend higher. Apple coming down. Tesla putting in a bit of a bear flag. Bitcoin selling off a little bit sharper now. Names like Coinbase just turned negative. Mara's down 4.9 already. MicroStrategy just slightly green on the session. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, so it's been a nice session here for us, guys. Let's just see if NVIDIA wants to come down at all. I mean, NVIDIA up another 2.5%. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, the sheer outperformance in this name. It is quite impressive to see. At the moment, some of your highest volume names: ASNS, MFI, HPE, Tesla, Mara, GME up 14% today. Shaking and moving. Stitch Fix up 32. Palantir up 1. TSM up 5.5. Interesting. I didn't realize TSM was so strong today. Taiwan Semi. It's a big component, lifting the semis as a broad market indice. So I mean, Taiwan Semi, that's an impressive move on Taiwan Semi. Let's see this name here. Yeah, Taiwan Semi's into some really sizable resistance here. Really sizable resistance. But again, in the near term, it's still trying to push a little bit higher here. Was there news on Taiwan Semi that I missed this morning? Anybody know what the news was? Let me see if I can find anything. 15 minutes ago, what's going on with Taiwan Semi? ASML Holding stock is trading higher Wednesday amid reports of the company planning to deliver the latest high NA extreme ultraviolet chip making machines to Taiwan Semiconductor and Samsung Electronics. By year end, all three major clients, including Intel, will receive these advanced machines. Intel already received its first shipment from December for its Oregon factory. Yada yada yada. Cool. So just a new chip. So obviously there was news. All right, so Google's still managing to hold the lion's share of its gains in the near term. Adobe's been faded a little bit. Intel's still holding some strength at the highs. Let's look back at TSM. Oil's starting to weaken here, guys. Oil's coming in sharper. Let's see what AVGO is doing. The Qs are looking to try to retest its pre-market high again. Still seeing this SOXS just consolidating at the lows as the markets are still trying to hold steady here. Meta's seeing a little bit more selling. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more. Daniel Dang looks ripe to add to NVIDIA PutCon now at 1060. Yep, you could add definitely. If it's within your risk parameters, you can definitely add. S&P starting to push higher here, guys. Meta's still coming in a touch. Semiconductor bear ETF now seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Again, the Dixie's still holding firm, guys. The Dixie is still holding firm right now. NVIDIA is still holding at 1192.55. Google at 176.21. QQQ still trying to hold steady in the near term. So the next data set that's set to come out, guys, is crude oil inventories in roughly 13 minutes. Crude oil inventories are set to come out in roughly 13 minutes. So we'll be on deck for that, and it's going to be shaking and moving. I think there's going to be a lot of volatility that could also create some more opportunities in the market. So the S&P is trying to push up, guys. S&P is trying to push up. NVIDIA consolidating. Google's just holding steady here. Not really moving higher or lower. In terms of sector performance today, let's see what's going on. So you have copper slightly green, lumber down. You have a lot of weakness in the majority of the sectors today. There's only two sectors green, guys, your XLK and your XLC. So the broad market is selling off today, guys. Every single 9 out of 11 S&P 500 sectors are red. That favors lower price action. You're only seeing strength in your XLK technology-based fund from Microsoft and megacaps, and you're seeing communication stocks strong. You have KRE negative, materials negative, energy negative, financials negative, staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare, and consumer discretionary, all negative. So there's some net selling right now across the board. Even though the indices are higher in the near term, you still have some selling across the board. The Dixie again has spiked higher, but seeing a little bit of selling coming into the Dixie. NVIDIA is still consolidating. Appears to be trying to set up a bit of a bull flag here on NVIDIA. NVDA. We'll see if that wants to. Google again. We're basically flat on the Google trade. Yep, NVIDIA single-handedly holding up the Qs, right? Single-handedly holding up the Qs and the market. And it's almost holding in a bit of a distribution pattern here. Very, very extended. Laura saying XBI chugging along. XBI. So your biotech. NVIDIA's trying to curl back up. Google's curling down. Microsoft curling down. Apple's trying to curl down. All right, basically Google's selling off here, taking us back to green on the trade. QQQ retesting pre-market high, guys. QQQ is retesting pre-market high. So the equity markets are still acting quite resilient. Currently speaking, the Qs are dominating the session, up 0.82%. The Russell's moving up off of the lows. That's the second best performing index, up 0.42%. And the SPY is lagging things, only up 0.25% at the moment. You have sheer outperformance in NVIDIA up 2.5%, AMD's up 3.5%, Tesla's down 0.7%, Microsoft's up 0.23%, Apple's up 0.4%. The VIX just went negative. Gold, silver, green today. Yields are green today. Bitcoin basically flat on the session, trading at 70,500. Alright guys, 25.95. I'll add my next entry on our SOXS trade. It just hit right there, 25.95. My average is now at 26.10, 26.10. And I have one more final entry if need be. It's going to be at 25.65. SOX pushing higher. Qs are now above pre-market high. NVDA trying to break a 10-minute bull flag. Qs are ripping here, squeezing higher, breaking out of the opening range on the Qs. So Qs are breaking out of opening range. NVIDIA's pushing. Dollar's getting faded a little bit here. Look at CrowdStrike. Yeah, we can take a look at CRWD. Yeah, so Crowd's definitely been faded here off of the open. You're thinking of taking a long here. I mean, it could work out. Just recognize you have a huge range, right? You're currently trading under pre-market low. If you get above pre-market low on Crowd, I think you can trade on the long side. But any sort of price action below pre-market low is technically a bearish setup. So just watch that pre-market low. If you get above it, you can go long, 324. If you stay below it, I think it's a short. But semis are squeezing here. Wow. AVGO is a monster today as well. That's up 3.16%. So it's actually even outperforming NVIDIA. QQQ making a monster push here to the high side. So QQQ is now trying to go for that 459.70 gap, it seems. IWM going for a new high of day. QQQ ripping here. Monster surge across the board. Final entry on the SOXS is coming up into play, and then NVIDIA above 1200, I'll do a fifth entry. Google, again, we have a half position, 176.70 is the next entry. Yeah, that's why you got to move your put options to break even. When we discussed the SPY trade there, Anonymous, I said SPY puts, move your stops to break even because you had a huge sell-off and it looked like it was reversing. So we warned to move your stops to break even or in the money. There is a chance of a pullback, but I mean, I definitely still think there will be a pullback. Obviously, I'm still short Google, still short NVIDIA, and still long the SOXS. But in terms of your put plays, it's important to protect those. When you get them in the money or any sort of profit, you want to be adjusting stops very quickly. I'm seeing oil starting to move here, trying to break out of a little bit of a 10-minute consolidation pattern. Nat gas trying to break out and make a little bit of a new high of day. Good morning, Ram. Good morning. So Qs are still staying phenomenally strong, trying to go for that 459 strike zone. NVIDIA almost at 1200, about a few dollars away. I'm going to look at exploring another SPY put here, guys. Just give me a second. Let's see this SPY chart. Alright guys, I'm going to take a 529 put on the SPY. 529 put on the SPY got filled at 65 cents. 529, this is high risk. I repeat, high risk. You can see the SOXS is still coming down. Again, 529 put on the SPY, filled at 65 cents. QQQ pushing up higher. Same thing with the S&P. These put contracts are a little bit cheaper than what I got. Again, 25.60. All right, guys, I just added to my SOXS here at 25.66. 25.66. Slightly early. My average now is sitting here at 25.93 on the SOXS long. Google is still holding Google. That trade is basically flat. NVDA, we're down a few dollars. I will double my position on the SPY puts at this pre-market high if we tap that area. NVIDIA is still relentlessly strong. Google's starting to sell off, so that one's working in favor for us at the moment. Still watching multiple things here. We do have crude oil inventories out right now. Crude oil is spiking in the near term. Initial spike in crude oil, guys. Let's see if it holds and wants to get above 74. NVIDIA is still pushing. SPY is still pushing. QQQ is still pushing. What a monster push in the markets, guys. They're still continuing to grind here. It's through NVIDIA and semis, and Microsoft is starting to participate. All right, I just added to my SPY puts there at 51 cents. 51 cents. On the 529 put, my average is now sitting at 58 cents. And we are still pushing higher here. NVIDIA trading at 1198.76. QQQ finally going for its first gap fill resistance here on the Qs. Qs are hitting gap fill. QQQ is hitting gap fill. Going through a little bit of a squeeze in the markets right now. I'm in S&P puts, Ram, not QQQ, S&P. Google again still seeing some sellers. NVIDIA is the bright spot of the market, as well as AVGO, TSM, AMD. ARM is up 5.3. AVGO is up 3.86. You have Nat Gas trying to break to the high side. Alright guys, I just added to my SPY puts again there. Piercing through, I got filled at 44 cents. 44 cents. 44 cents. So right now I'm down about 9 cents. My average is sitting at 53 cents on the 529 SPY put. SOXS is getting beaten up here to a pulp as NVIDIA is trying to go for 1200 here. It's at 1199.24. It's really the only thing that's being lifted in the QQQ market is NVIDIA. Microsoft starting to move up here as well. Here goes NVIDIA making an attempt at that 1200 barrier. Let's see if it can get there. S&P is now trading above its pre-market high. So NVIDIA is going for 1200. Is it going to get there? Google's selling off right now. That's starting to come in a touch. Microsoft has major daily resistance at 419.72. That's its 7-day moving average. S&P still moving higher here in the near term. A little bit more sectors have firmed up, but your XLK and XLC are your sectors that are booming to the high side right now. Pierce of 1200, I'll add to my NVIDIA position. Pierce of 1200. QQQ is just flying here, going through a bit of a squeeze. Let's see how NVIDIA reacts. It's just trying to get to 1200. It's just trying to get there to 1200, but hasn't been able to do so just yet. Oil really hasn't made any sort of a move. S&P is still consolidating and trying to grind a little bit higher. You think Snow is going bankrupt? How's Snow doing? I know Snow had that bit of a failed breakout there that occurred. Yeah, you would think Snow's going bankrupt. Look at that sell side pressure on Snow. That's quite interesting. I mean, I see a gap fill around 124.30-ish on the weekly chart of Snow. So this, you're seeing NVIDIA pulling back a little bit here, guys. NVIDIA is starting to pull back. SPY is still right back up. Every little dip is trying to be bought back up. NVIDIA is still going for about 1200. Still hasn't tapped and pierced that area. Google, we're still holding short in the money off of the 176.08 level. Stocks were down on the position. Average at 25.93. So I'm down about 46 cents on that trade. The Dixie is being faded here. The Russell's trying to move higher. QQQ trying to hold the majority of its gains. It is into a gap fill. It's approaching double top at 460.55. So the QQQ is trying to make another new all-time high. Nat Gas breaking out to the high side. Again, Google looking a little bit sharper. I still like the 175.40 zone on Google for a profit target. That's your pre-market high. So 175.40 would be about a 68-cent gain to us. Nat gas breakout 274 and squeezing on nat gas. S&P still trying to grind higher. There's a bit of a reversal back below pre-market high on the S&P. Again, Google took a pretty decent sized dump, so I'm still looking for a cover target on Google at 175.40. It's a little bit lower. You now have Tesla trying to spike higher. A little bit of volatility coming back into the tape here. A little bit of increased volatility is coming back into the tape. Let's look at this smaller term time frame on the S&P. We'll look at the 2-minute chart here. You can see that pre-market high, we're still struggling just a touch. Amazon's now coming in. Google's about 27 cents away from profit target 1, where I'll look to close the majority of my position and move stops to break even on Google. Still holding a SPY 529 put, average at 53 cents. So I am down on that trade by about 10 cents a contract. We are still seeing relentless pressure in the Qs. It's now up 1.21%. The Russell's up 0.89. And looking to try to maybe go for its gap on the Russell. I mean, the gap fill on the Russell's all the way up to 204.60, but you are now approaching your 7-day resistance on the IWM. That's sitting at 203.92. So the Russell does have daily chart resistance at 203.92. NVDA seeing a little bit of sell side. Come on, break this S&P. Chop it down. Chop it down. NVIDIA coming in a touch here. Still really not moving the SOXS much. You have had the industrials turn green, materials turn green, KRE, regional banks have turned green. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of softening in price, just a touch of softening, but the S&P is now trying to hold firm along with the Russell. So the S&P is trying to consolidate above that pre-market high. That's technically a bullish signal for the market. That's technically a bullish signal for the market. As long as that S&P can consolidate under that above that pre-market high, that is a bit of a bullish setup. But definitely things are extended. There is resistance here on the Qs. That Russell's now tagging that 7-day moving average. It's trying to actually get through it. Google coming into profit target. We're about 15 cents away on Google, guys. I repeat, Google is starting to come into our target. So keep Google on watch. That one again, I'm looking for a cover at 175.40. 175.40. I'm looking for a profit target. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of minor selling, nothing crazy. The Russell did hit that 7-day and is now dropping, getting slightly rejected here intraday. The dollar got faded. All right, Google's about 8 cents away from target 1, guys. Google's coming in. Here comes, there's the Google target. I just covered Google, guys. 175.39. Covered Google. Beautiful little trade there. We won on the short side. Beautiful little trade on Google. I just covered half of the trade. Moving stops to break even. I repeat, moving stops to break even. So my stop loss is at 176. Actually, I'll do it in the money. A slight in the money stop on Google. I'll put it at 176 stop loss, just so it's slightly in the money. But we did take profits on Google. That trade is risk-free. Still waiting on NVIDIA and the SOXS to give it up here. S&P, our contracts are sitting, we're at about 48 cents right now. So I'm down slightly. Again, my average on the 529 S&P put is 53 cents. Right now we're at 51 cents a con. So we are starting to see the S&P fall a little bit. Profit target 1 for my 529 put is here at 529.83, this white line. Profit target 2, 529.15. If we hit profit target 1, I move stops to break even, okay? Still holding SOXS. That one's still trying to come in a bit. The Russell 2000, nice rejection off of that 7-day moving average on the Russell. Beautiful little 10-minute chart rejection on the Russell 2000. That is starting to come in. You can see the S&P is still trying to hold steady at this range. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. NVIDIA getting gobbled right back up. Google getting sold into pretty heavily here. Look for sympathy in Meta. Meta could also deteriorate a lot faster since it's part of that XLC sector. Could be a bit of a topping tail potentially forming on Meta today if we see more downside. So Google still getting faded. The S&P getting faded here. Again, we're down about 3 cents on our contracts right now, sitting at 53 cents. Come on, S&P. Again, profit target 1, guys. Down here, whatever the contracts are sitting at, if we flush in the next 10 minutes, even 20 minutes into this 529.80, I'm going to sell half of my contracts. Yeah, that's why I stayed away from QQQ. Chewy's moving. Let's take a look at Chewy, CHWY. I'm pulling it up on my other screen here, guys. Yeah, I don't know where you entered on your QQQ puts, but that's why I was focusing on the S&P. Yeah, Chewy right now up about 2.5%, so it's looking to continue to break out, but definitely a little extended. A lot of resistance here. I mean, you could try to push for about $24 today on Chewy, but I don't see much upside left in the tank. We just, as of now, we need a little bit more consolidation on Chewy. So we're starting to see the SOXS firm up a little bit, which is telling us that semis are seeing a little bit of profit taking, just some minor profit taking. QQQ softening up a touch here. Microsoft still strong. AXP breaking down out of parallel channel. Boeing launching right now. News for a viewer. Okay, so Boeing is potentially some news hitting the tape on BA. Their spacecraft is launching. Boeing is actually, funny enough, launching their spacecraft, and their stock looks ready to launch about right now, triggering a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on Boeing. So Boeing is trying to firm up here and break out on the session. Quite an interesting chart on Boeing. We'll have to keep our eye on that one. QQQ pushing right back up along with the S&P. S&P is recapturing pre-market high. Strength coming back into Google. Google's bouncing pretty firmly. eBay will stop accepting American Express credit cards in dispute over fees. Oh, interesting. How's AXP acting on that? Let's look at AXP. Yeah, so it seems that that was already priced in. Definitely a bearish chart right now on AXP, looking like a bit of a head and shoulders potential breakdown. I seen the Dixie also firming up here, guys. QQQ still holding steady at the moment, but NVIDIA is starting to come down a touch here. The S&P is still quite strong on the session at the moment, still trying to get above pre-market high and maintain bullish structure, but NVIDIA is starting to come down a touch. Google seeing some more sellers. The IWM getting slightly rejected as well. Again, the Dixie's getting a pretty big spike here, guys. A pretty big spike on the Dixie. Should yield some softening in assets. The 10-year yield went back to the negative side. QQQ seeing a little bit of selling here. SOXS is trying to firm up. Again, same sort of profit target, 529.80 on the SPY puts. If we flush into that zone, I'll look to take some. Still seeing the market trying to grind higher. Microsoft is at the highs of its session, so that's obviously bolstering a stronger indice. So guys, we're going to watch Boeing's ticker here. This chart is setting up for a breakout on the daily chart. You have an inverse head and shoulders on BA, and they're actually set to launch one of their spacecrafts right now in roughly 25 seconds or so. So let's see if that news hits Boeing's tape at all. Obviously, it is looking fairly bullish with this inverse head and shoulders. On the daily chart, it does yield quite a bit of upside. So Boeing is set to potentially catch a bit of momentum here. Let's see if its launch affects price at all. If something drastic or negative happened, you'd likely see it implode. If it was successful, maybe it can keep trending higher. Alright, NVIDIA trading at 1196, pulling back from the highs a touch, never fulfilling 1200. Microsoft is going for its 7-day moving average, sitting at 419.79, so about another 18 cents of upside, but we are seeing the S&P coming through a bit of sell side pressure. If we look at the S&P, we're currently getting rejected off of that pre-market low. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit more harsher price action. Look at Boeing, it's starting to creep up here as the S&P and Qs are falling. Oil's trying to basically move back up, holding 73.60. SOXX seeing a bit of selling. Google's still weak on the session. Microsoft still holding steady. Boeing is, look at Boeing, guys. It's starting to move here. Look at Boeing. It's starting to move. You're back above prior day highs. Guys, I'm going to go long Boeing here. 189.25, 189.25. This is a starter position on Boeing, just catching a bit of a momentum trade. It's above its prior day high, so technically that's very, very strong. As we move up in price, I'm looking for a profit target of 190. 190 is my target, okay? 190. Come on, BA. Boeing is launching as we speak. My stop loss will be if we lose prior day high on Boeing. If we lose that prior day high, I do not want to stay in this name. The launch is set to occur. The rocket is up and going. So BA is launching. Watching it right now. Successful launch at Cape Canaveral. Pew! Blast off into space. So successful launch for Boeing thus far. Cape Canaveral launch is flying high. Boeing being sold into a touch here. Amazon's catching a nice bid. Microsoft again tapping that 419.80 area where its 7-day moving average is sitting. It just tapped its 7-day moving average on Microsoft. So a little bit of an initial spike on Boeing. It is now starting to come in. Again, I'll stop out if we lose that prior day high. If we lose that prior day high, I'll take a little bit of a loss on that trade. Dixie's going for another high of day. You have NVIDIA breaking down. All right, so a positive 5-minute close on Boeing. We're now looking for this chart to hold on a 10-minute basis. I do not want to lose this prior day high on Boeing. We do have NVIDIA softening, Google softening. Come on, Boeing, push to 190. Take us to 190. Google coming down. Google is really seeing some pretty bearish price action at the moment. Even though it's still green on the tape, it's really being sold into here. Semiconductor bear ETF trying to firm up again. SPY is still holding above pre-market high. So we're still seeing the markets holding steady at the highs here. The Dixie is spiking here, guys. So the Dixie US dollar index is trying to make another move higher. Dixie's going for another new high of day. Let's see if it impacts the Russell and the Qs. All right, guys, I'm looking to stop out of Boeing here for a small loss on the trade. If it loses this prior day high, it's still fighting it. It's still fighting it, but it's getting very close. All right, guys. This is just a 1/4 entry, so I'm not looking to add to this position anymore. If we get that 5-minute close below, I will look for a stop out. Alright, guys, I'm going to close Boeing here just for a small loss. Sorry about that one. That was just a little bit of a news-based play off of their launch, but I closed at 188.70 for a tiny loss on the trade there. Tiny loss on the trade. Still holding my SPY, my NVIDIA, and my SOXS. So SOXS trying to get a little bit of a bounce here off of the lows. Still quite a ways to go before I'm looking to pull some profits off of this trade. QQQ still trying to hold steady here. You have NVIDIA pushing back up for 1200, guys. It does look like NVIDIA is trying to make another attempt at 12. It is trying to push up here. Again, 12 a pierce of 1200. I add my 5th entry on the short side of NVIDIA. Okay, 5th entry. Down about 10 cents on the SPY puts. SPY again trying to lose that pre-market high. If pre-market high acts as any sort of resistance like previous day, we were rejected at pre-market high on the Qs yesterday about 3 times before eventually having a breakout. So the markets are just in a bit of a holding pattern. We're not really getting any movement to the downside, not too much to the upside. They're just kind of consolidating at this point. I am seeing Google seeing some heavy pressure. Apple's trying to come in. Adobe still looking firm. Tesla's firmed up off of the lows but still negative on the session. Oil really hasn't moved. That's still trading at 73.70. Nat gas trying to hold bullish structure and move higher. Dixie's trading at 104.40. Downside protection is not being bought today. The VIX is being sold into today. Marijuana stocks are slightly negative. Well, Aurora is actually a touch green. Canopy's down by 1.92. Some strength in China equities. Netflix is strong today. AMC slightly green. Carvana's up 3.2. NVIDIA back to 11.99. The S&P 500 here trying to firm up yet again. You can see that we're approaching these little resistance pivots on the SPY, and then our previous little high is all the way up here, 533. So the S&P is trying to push higher here. Can you take a peek at Riot? Sure thing. RIOT. So Riot's trading at 907. Riot under a lot of pressure today, despite you have relative strength across the crypto space and equity markets. Riot is under a bit of pressure today in the near term. SPY's breaking out, guys. Alright, guys, I closed my SPY put for a loss there at 35 cents. I apologize about that. That is a loss on that trade. Closed at 35 cents. I apologize about that. Took a 34% loss there. Still holding my SOXS, but Riot right now, not a healthy looking chart. Reason being is you're breaking down from this major low reversal pivot. So I mean, if we simply just do a little bit of a measured move pattern, you know, I'm looking at least a downside move on Riot to probably double bottom 785. So if you want to try bottom picking it, I mean, I have no issues there, but not really a name that is showing much interest to me yet. You can see you'll have this upsloping support line. If we flushed into this area today, then that could be a bit of a long bounce. Kind of correlates with this gap fill as well as this lower boundary trend line. So I'd buy that area. I'd buy that area. All right, so the S&P is trying to firm up in this region. Still holding SOXS and NVIDIA. NVIDIA still has not been able to get above 1200 yet, but it's appearing like it's trying to do so. Alright guys, I am going to take a stab at the QQQ common share short. If we pierce this high, pierce of this high gets me interested in a QQQ short just with common shares. Because I got burned on the theta there, I do think these markets will come in, but the theta burn on the options is real, so I'm going to be looking for a QQQ short if we make a brief new high of day. And I'll accumulate all the way up to about this 460.55, maybe even 461. So any sort of a pierce past the high of day on the Qs, I get interested on a short side. NVIDIA is still looking to push higher. Microsoft's at 420. Meta's pushing higher. Alright guys, I just picked up a short position on the Qs there, 460.15, 460.15. This is just common shares. This is just common shares short. I'll add to the position at the gap fill, 460.55. And then if need be at 461. NVIDIA going for 1200. 1200 Pierce is the next shortable level. I will add to my NVIDIA short at 1200 Pierce. So QQQ, common shares short, 460.15. I'm going to take a break in probably the next 15 minutes, guys. I'll step away since we've managed to close a few winning trades here already. One loser on the SPY put. So far we're down on NVIDIA, but that one's okay. That one... QQQ trying to squeeze and push higher here in the near term. I am seeing AVGO, seeing a bit of sellers. NVIDIA almost hit that 1200 level. Almost hit 1200. It's probably going to have a quick blow off move through that area. So again, keep your orders ready on NVIDIA because I will add if we get a blow off move past 1200. Let's actually look at this NVIDIA chart. Look how close it is, guys. Is it going to tap that whole number? Here comes the push. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, they're rejecting it. They keep trying to reject 1200. They know a lot of people are lurking there. Adobe's still strong on the session. Russell's still coming up. Oil's now breaking down, so this is probably going to be the hoorah push for the indices because now oil is softening up. Typically when oil moves lower, that's a bit of a bullish sign for the equity markets. Oil is moving a little bit lower here in the near term. Here comes a QQQ push, guys. IWM possible gap fill to 204.24 looks good if you can hold there. Yeah, I do see that gap fill on the Russell. I do see it. The Russell needs to get above its 7-day at 203.90. If it can do that, then I think you can push for 204.50. So no 1200 tap of NVIDIA. It came just shy on that wick. Just shy on that wick. So QQQ again is kind of waiting on NVDA. We are seeing Microsoft firming up here. Google trying to firm up. NVIDIA coming down a touch. Apple holding steady. There goes the Qs, starting to come down a touch. Bit of a bigger sell side pressure coming into the markets, guys. NVIDIA's peeling away with a nice little potential 10-minute topping tail. Again, we'll take a quick peek at some of these market movers. So again, HP, SMCI, Applied Materials, a lot of the semis are in the strength in the market today, which is always something hard to short. It's a tough short. In terms of decliners, CF Industries, Dollar Tree, Cisco, Mosaic, Kraft Heinz, Cigna. So a lot of mixed price action across the board for the entire equity space. Net when semiconductors are strong, typically it's very, very tough for these indices to fall. Albeit semiconductors are very, very extended here. QQQs into some really, really decent resistance. A little bit of a breakout occurring in Palantir. Let's look at PLTR quickly here. Yeah, Palantir is making a little attempt here. Above pre-market high, moving with a strong stock. Yeah, Palantir looks like it's going to try to push for this gap. I mean, I'd be shocked if it hit it today, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. It's definitely looking like a nice breakout on Palantir. It's only up 2.26% at the moment. We are seeing Bitcoin seeing a bit of resistance. NVIDIA is making another attempt at another push higher here. Can it or will it get above 1200? I think everyone's eyeing up. So QQQ getting a little extended here intraday. Again, it does have a gap fill coming up, which is this next 465.55 ad zone. Microsoft still at the highs. 10-year yield is back to the negative side, down 0.58%. 30-year yield down 0.6%. Nat gas up 3. AVGO is making another push higher here. QQQ coming up. Next ad level 460.55. Just common shares. Alright guys, I just added there to my QQQ. $460.3. Third entry is going to be around this 461 level. And then fourth entry is about 40 to 50 cents higher from there. But QQQ trying to make another new all-time high. It's probably going to do so, which is just a couple pennies away. So as we head into the rate cut environment, the indices have just pushed and made a new high on the Qs. NVDA is still not above 1200 yet. Still think there could be one more little blow off move on NVIDIA. The way the Qs, the semis are trending today, they are still trying to keep it extremely elevated, and they are pushing things up higher here in the near term. NVIDIA just doesn't want to seem to get above 1200. It's probably going to be a sharp candle. If it does break through 1200, it's probably going to be a sharp impulse green candle today. SOX is firming up here. Qs are pushing. They're a bit relentless at the moment. Get ready to add to the Qs. I'm going to take my third entry here, 460.99, or Pierce of 461. Meta's ripping, Apple's ripping, Tesla's starting to turn the corner and push up. The Russell's ripping here, going into the high of day, 204.13, ripper on the Russell. That's starting to firm up here. Adobe still looking strong. Bit of sell side pressure on the Qs in this region, still looking to potentially add at this 461 Pierce area. NVIDIA is still watching this 1200 level like a hawk. Does not want to seem to break through that area just quite yet. Semiconductor ETF did put in a little bit of a new high there of day. The SOXX new high of day. Amazon at the high of day. Microsoft at the high of day. Apple's trying to curl back up. Bitcoin's back above 71,000. I mean, Bart, this is a huge extension move on NVIDIA. You're getting a huge participation rally today in the semis. All right, guys, I just added to my QQQ there. 461. Here comes NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA is extended in this region. But it's wanting to just charge. It's into a huge upsloping resistance. Actually, through that, you're getting your first negative divergence on the daily chart today. You know, I still think that it's going to dump. Whether or not it dumps in the next couple days or after the split, I just think it's still in a little bit of borrowed time before you see some profit taking. People are probably just waiting for the split. That's kind of the thesis that it's been, that it's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. That's kind of what I'm seeing in the charts. But again, could it try to keep squeezing higher? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything can go higher, especially when it's trying to offset Apple and take its second spot as the largest company. But that's a big feat. That's a big feat for NVIDIA. Russell 2000 ripping. So anyone that took that trade on the IWM, you're looking pretty juicy right now. Still no 1200 Pierce yet on NVIDIA, but it is looking likely that it's going to do it. It's probably going to do it. So QQQ, we have a half position short, average 460.61. Next entry's at 461.40 if need be. If need be. Still holding an SOXS at 25.93. That might turn into a bit of a swing trade if we don't get any sort of pullback in the indices here. The dollar's trying to quietly curl back up to the high side here. So the US dollar's trying to firm up. Oil's breaking down. Amazon's still ferociously strong. Bigger dump coming into the Qs, as well as NVIDIA. Nat gas is ripping. Yep, Nat gas is ripping. I hold no trades there, so I'm just waiting as a market participant on the side, looking for an entry on the long side. But as for a swing trade, it needs to digest some of these gains, a little bit more consolidation. So alright guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break for a lunch break moment here. If anything crazy happens, I'll be set to jump back on the charts again just to bring you up to speed. Still holding this NVIDIA short, SOXS long, and QQQ. I'll add to my next entry at 461.40 if need be, and then 461.80. Those are the next shortable levels on the Qs. And even if this doesn't come down, I will look to potentially swing this overnight on the QQQ front. But we are still seeing semi-strong. QQQ new high there, trading at 461 on the session. It's amazing to see NVIDIA has not taken out that 1200 level despite the Qs continuing to grind higher. I mean, you look at kind of the highs of NVIDIA, you know, over here, and the Qs are still grinding higher, and NVIDIA hasn't been able to push yet above that zone. So a little bit of profit taking has been occurring in this region. Still a very strong name. Semis are still strong on the session. Apple's ripping back to that entry where we held it, where we picked it short. IWM, new high of day, guys. The Russell 2000 putting in a new high of day. Tesla's starting to firm up here. Meta's starting to curl a little bit lower. QQQ starting to come down a touch here. QQQ coming down a little bit harder now. NVIDIA is seeing some sellers, so never hitting that 1200. Seeing a bit of a bearish engulfing candle there on the 2-minute chart. We'll see if that wants to translate into a bit of a potential 10-minute topping tail. So still 4 minutes left in the 10-minute candle formation on the Qs, and we'll see if that wants to mark the little bit of a high pivot. Again, QQQ making new all-time high. The question is now, is it going to close? If we look at this daily chart of the Qs, it's quite fascinating because we have made a new high, but the question is, are we going to close above this wide range red bar reversal? Remember how this reversal took place. Equity markets ended up pushing and pushing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing off of a gap up, and then it got faded. So just recognize that we are into a wide range reversal bar at a double top on the Qs. This is where some selling could start to hit the tape. We're at a big resistance point right now. So watching this area closely because we are seeing a bit of sell side pressure in the near term here. We're taking our QQQ short basically back into the green. Still waiting on our SOXS. That one's still waiting on that one in a big way. Meta's starting to lose steam here. Microsoft still firming up and pushing. Alright guys, thank you all for tuning in thus far. I will keep you abreast if anything else changes. Going to hold my QQQ short, SOXS short, and NVIDIA short. Most likely overnight unless some sort of drastic price action decline happens, which will be forced to take some profits. But as of now, nice trading earlier on the session. Things have certainly slowed down a little bit here in terms of volatility. I'm not expecting much more news to hit the tape today. We've kind of had all of the significant market moving events, unless some sort of geopolitical event hits the tape or some individual mega cap company announces something. Right now we're looking like a firm uptrending session. Markets are extended in nature, but it doesn't guarantee they have to sell off. You do have the positive tailwinds in place with the VIX being sold into, the yields weak. You do have the positive fundamentals in place for the equity markets to trend a little bit higher. The only thing is you have a lot of mega cap stocks extended, both Apple, NVDA. They're your two primarily ones that are very, very overbought. Even Google is coming up into some of its previous sort of double top resistance, shaping up for trying attempt at a breakout, but a lot of mega cap names are extended here and should see some profit taking. Whether or not they keep them buoyant, it's looking likely that they may try to keep them buoyant at least for the session today. But the big thing with the Qs is, can the Qs close back above its previous all-time high pivot? That's kind of what I think we have to watch for in the near term. That high pivot is sitting at 460.58. 460.58. So it's this white line. It's basically where our average is on the Qs. Markets could fall here. I just closed my puts for a 2.3K loss. So Anonymous is now out. Yeah, and I mean, this is an example where sometimes you have to take a loss. Like I took about a 37% loss on my SPY trade, but I cut it here. I cut it off this flag breakout. So, I mean, had I not cut it here, we would have trended even higher. So, I mean, that's why I just flipped to common shares, because the theta burn on these options is just sometimes too much. You know, when they're keeping it buoyant, grinding it higher, usually, you know, you see a little bit of a quick volatility move to the downside at some point. But the question is it an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours from now? So common shares are just a little bit less risk in the near term, a bit easier to manage on the short side at the moment. But thanks for the update there, Anonymous. But I mean, between Apple, Google, and NVIDIA, we still caught some 3 beautiful trades off of the open. We did have a SPY put right off of the open down here where we got that data, spiked it lower, spiked yield. So that was a beautiful little entry. Did take a loss on the second 459 SPY puts, which is okay, but still technically an okay day for us here. If we can get these semiconductors to ever come down, that would be beautiful. But it seems that the likes of AVGO, Taiwan Semi, AMD, SMCI, NVIDIA are all trying to hold firm here. I mean, the incredible price action in AVGO is just incredible. I mean, the gap up move in some of these names is quite extraordinary. All right, so Meta's weakening here. Same thing with Google. Amazon's still trying to hold steady. Tesla's making a little bit of a V-shaped bullish reversal. Tesla's trying to recapture its pre-market low.